Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Happy
Iran
Monday
State
morning.
TV say the probability of a ceasefire between Iran and the US ending is high if attacks on Lebanon do not stop. So again, it's Iran State TV saying the probability of a ceasefire between Iran and the US ending is high if attacks on Lebanon do not stop.
So yeah, guys. So market Nasdaq has a double bottom. Nice price movement in the overnight session. Pre-market, we got this double bottom. Book some profit. We still have a few micros which we want to trade. See if we can get the breakout above the VWAP area. We are still stuck, nailed around VWAP zone. Sectors are weak today. A lot of weakness in the financial, healthcare, all the conventional sectors, utilities, materials, industrial, retail, consumer staple, consumer discretionary, communication services, everything in big red. So a lot of downward pressure in Dow and ES, but Nasdaq is looking good only on the back of two names. Microsoft up 2.36% and Nvidia is up almost 4%. So semiconductor and tech still driving this market. Big tech, Apple is down, is not participating today. Google down, but these big names Microsoft, Nvidia are enough. They are moving really big. Nvidia is actually came close to its weekly expected move upper edge and backed off, and we are now trying to see if it can catch a bit to go complete its journey on the upside, hit its weekly expected move upper edge, and that might give us Nasdaq a bust above this VWAP area. Blaze, good morning and welcome. Q, Robert, good to see you. Saeed, Raj Boy, Adil, Avinash, Badsha, LCE, Naveen, welcome again. Jimmy, Advisor, Jane, Rob the Scalper, good to see you guys. Hope you had a nice weekend. So Broadcom has earnings, guys, this week after market close on Wednesday. Broadcom reports earning. We have job situation. Tuesday, Jolt's job opening. Wednesday, ADP. Thursday, weekly jobless claim. Friday, non-farm payrolls. It's all job data and Broadcom earnings. And add little bit of this Iran news, Lebanon, whatever, ceasefire not staying. Oil rising again, up 8% in the pre-market, and now it's rising. VIX is up 5%. So we are all over the map, guys. 10-year yields are up 1.28% because of oil again going back up, yields rising. It's going to impact the inflation. Inflation will cause interest rate to be high, yara. But these are all tactical news, you know that. We experienced it on last Friday. I think we may have taken six time up and down movement last Friday. Without looking too much into this market, basically we are flat, guys. Nasdaq up 0.12%, ES is down 0.08%, Russell is down more 1%, but they are now starting to rally. Russell, Dow, they are catching a bid. Nasdaq holding well, as I mentioned, right, on the back of Nvidia, Microsoft doing well. I don't trade with them, so I cannot tell, Jimmy. Earn to trade. I used to trade with them 3 years ago, but I haven't traded with them for last 3 years. Bacha, it was okay. Yeah. So guys, yeah, there is an update. First of all, masters and new paradigm member, check the YouTube post tab. I just shared the new updated masters level because of pre-market price action this morning. You got a new masters level on Nasdaq, ES, and Russell. Russell is also moving big today. There was a nice decent order flow to build a level for me. So you got a new Nasdaq, ES, and Russell level. Check it out. Ugh.
The Fed bids for 6-month bills totaling $4.9 billion and 3-month bills total $5.6 billion. in 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. The US is due to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 3.595% and the prior bid to cover was 3.08. The US is also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 3.65% and a prior bid to cover of 2.77.
Yeah, left with one runner. I'll trail just below the VWAP stop loss. Hope it didn't open a short position. Okay. Again, I think trade copier did little bit of mess. This last contract is not in the 3 remaining account. It's just in 1 account. Remaining 3 account they have already exited all, but I still have 1 micro left in the leader account, which is fine. So the bottom and double bottom happened using our new paradigm level. ES had a new paradigm level. Russell was weak, just has hit our experts level, which is our daily low. Dow Jones has a new paradigm level in play. Guys, everything is as per level, well defined in advance, where the market could be headed, why it could go, in which direction. Welcome to join us, get access to my strategy. Go to the channel page, click on join button or type !join in the chat. You'll get access to the link to become member and access to my strategy videos, levels. There's the link. Join this channel to get access to all the perks, members only videos, levels, extensive preparation before the market open if you become the new paradigm member. Once you click on that link, you get this pop-up. On that pop-up there is a video which explains the high level overview of my strategy. Watch that video explaining my members, experts and masters level. and then you can select which membership type you want to join. Click on join button. Once you're a
In
member,
5 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 3.595% and the prior bid to cover was 3.08. The US is also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 3.65% and a prior bid to cover of 2.77.
so once you become a member, go to the home page. You'll get access to all my educational videos for weekly, daily and intraday strategy. Explain in well detail. I also share formula how I calculate my levels on weekly and daily. Every evening I share my levels under the post tab. You'll get access to all my levels, what we'll be trading. If you become new paradigm member, you come in the live tab 2 hours before the market open. I go over my levels daily, explain that trading plan, how we will be trading, what will be trading, what is the reason for going long, what is the reason for going short, why the levels held, why the levels broke, are we supposed to use it as a long, are we supposed to use it as a resistance to short, everything in detail every day. And then I trade, sharing my entries, exit. So we'll take our profit as there is a 11:30 bond option we just heard. Yields are on the move, so yeah, don't mind splitting this trade into a smaller chunks. We already got the low. This trade we are holding from the lows actually. Yeah, this requires a little wider stop loss now. It actually requires below VWAP. If we want to have this long, we have to wait for the VWAP to be broken. Is there a benefit? Yeah, for sure. There's upside in this market, more upside than the downside, especially for the Nasdaq, looking good. Russell, ES, Dow, they are all weak, but tech is looking good. So Apple is weak, continuing to make new session lows. Microsoft is a bit. So Microsoft already tagged our weekly expected move upper range in the pre-market and backed off. Again, levels work to the penny on the Microsoft, and that's what caused the pullback in the morning. Microsoft going into our weekly expected move upper edge, and after tagging the upper edge, it backed off. It is a bit softer. Apple is softer. Apple continuing to make a new low, but the reason we are still long is Nvidia. Nvidia still is looking strong and can make one more push for that weekly expected move upper edge. So that's why we are staying long. There's still motivation.
So we're shortly expecting the results from the US 3 and 6 month bill auctions. Just noting some strength in the S&P 500, weakness in oil and the US dollar as well. No headline catalyst we can see so far.
Told you more upside. You don't need a headline. You need just the knowledge that there is upside in this market and some stop losses to run through. Because shorts, you know, right? They are always very confident that this market is coming down. Yeah, all you need is the shorts and their stop losses to run through to make this kind of a move.
So Axios here saying a Lebanese official told the US that Hezbollah is ready for a full ceasefire with Israel. So again, it's Axios citing a Lebanese official who told the US that Hezbollah is ready for a full ceasefire with Israel. Again, did lead to a bit of weakness in WTI crude and some strength in the S&P. Seeing the auctions out now, 3-month high yield at 3.63%, 3.63%, with a bid to cover of 2.69 at 2.69. The US selling $89 billion and awarding 44.66% of bids at high. The 6-month high yield at 3.665% with a bid to cover of 2.84. The US here selling $77 billion in 6-month bills, and they're awarding 3.3% of bids at high.
Masters, how do you like the update now?
For those interested, we've posted the article by Axios on the feed.
How do you like my latest and greatest update you got on your master's level this morning? In 10 minutes they will say it's not true. Yeah, well, for the 10 minutes, let's make best use of those 10 minutes now. Yes, you're right. That's what they did on Friday. Fucking like just kept fooling.
So Iran's advisor to the Supreme Leader, Rezai, says the Strait of Hormuz is under Iran's management and we will not allow the blockade to continue. And advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader Rezai says, we will not tolerate the increase of tension in Lebanon. The patience of Iran's armed forces has a limit.
Hit the like button, guys, if you enjoy the hold, if you're enjoying the analysis, if you enjoyed what we do here. I'm yet to enjoy. I just arrived. So once I enjoy, then I will hit like button. Fair enough. But those who have enjoyed this trade, go ahead and hit the like button.
Brent crude trading near $96 per barrel.
Yeah, let's continue to trail this.
FAR's news citing Iran's military say we're considering the repeated violations of the ceasefire by the regime. If this threat is carried out, we warn that residents of the northern parts of and military settlements in the occupied territories to leave the area if they do not want to be harmed. So again, that's a warning from Iran's military cited by FAR's news. Iran's Central Military Command says again, if Israel carries out attacks on Beirut, we warn residents of northern Israel to leave if they do not want to be harmed. So again, just a confirmation they're talking about if Israel carries out attacks on Beirut.
Okay, let me go grab my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Stop filled.
So yeah guys, I'm back with my food, but I don't think we are still done. Moving on the upside. If at all we dip into the VWAP, I'm interested in going long again. Let me finish my food. I'll be back explaining things in another 5 minutes. I'm here watching the markets, just on mute.
It's been 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We are expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Deputy Governor Rogers, who will appear before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts. No remarks will be published to the bank's website, so no text is expected. IDF reporting sirens regarding hostile aircraft have sounded in Israel. The IDF says sirens sounded in Rosh Hanikra and Hof Betzet.
Tuesday, guys, markets mentioned, right? There's more upside in this market. I'm not looking to short this. Yeah, if it dips here in the VWAP, for sure it is going to be a nice dip buy.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor Rogers will appear before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts. No text is expected. shortly expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Senior Deputy Governor Rogers.
Excuse me.
Anthropic confidentially submits a draft S1 to the SEC. So a draft S1 is an initial non-public version of the SEC Form S1, which a company will submit when planning an IPO or going public. Nikita, okay, let me. Okay, I accepted your friend request. So Dow is still weak, Russell is still having weakness, ES more or less it's flat, and Nasdaq has some green, up 0.39%, gold down 1.9%, crude oil is up 7.5%, 10-year yields are up more than 1%. But yeah, for Nasdaq still there is little bit more room left on the upside, so I'm not looking to short Nasdaq. Trump tells NBC reporter that Iran that he's not heard from Iran on reports that they're suspending talks. So again, Trump telling NBC that he's not heard from Iran on the reports that they're suspending talks. So Trump tells NBC News reporter on X that I think we've been talking too much. If you want to know the truth, I think going silent would be very good. So Trump to NBC says we'll keep the blockade in Hormuz. So Trump to NBC says, I think I can wait as long as they want. They're losing a fortune.
So yeah, we did make our way all the way back into the VWAP area. ES is coming down heavily. I just want to let this market settle down. So lost in Moldova. Are you based in Moldova? Did you check if Google does business in that country? Sometimes you will not be able to see join button based on the geography or location you are at. Like certain locations are not allowed to do business with YouTube or Google.
Bank of Canada's Rogers says 2 quarters of annualized contraction in GDP does meet one definition of a recession, but one should not put too much weight on any one indicator. And Rogers notes that flash data on GDP for April tells us there's been a bit of a rebound.
So check out this deal, guys, in the chat. Only for $19, guys. Apex has reduced their pricing only until June 3rd, Wednesday. 50k account as low as $19, and all in no activation fees as low as $69. They also have some bundle deal, so check them out. I'll pin it here.
Rogers again just saying we need to look past the technical recession indicator.
So yeah, so there's some good deal going on. Their 50k evaluation is only for $19 with the 5-pack bundle. So if you buy the pack of 5, then only $19, and no activation fees. If you buy that account, you will get the account only for $69 with the pack of 5. So they're allowing bulk purchase of account. So check them out. And gold and silver metal tradings are back. So those are the changes introduced by Apex. Yeah, we missed that trade. I don't know. I waited a little bit. I doubted because of ES, but we bounced off VWAP. I wanted to get that trade. But anyway, on a pullback I can still enter. There is no problem in still buying.
Bank of Canada's Rogers says we need to look more at leading economic indicators.
So market attempting a breakout, VWAP held. At this time of the day, it won't be easy to get the breakout, but Nvidia is on the mission. I told you, right? Nvidia almost home, guys. Nvidia, I told you, right? After that pullback, could be headed into the weekly high. That's why I wanted to buy that VWAP. And that VWAP held, and now Nvidia headed into the weekly expected move upper edge. Missed that trade, the VWAP buy. It's okay. More happy that it played out the way I was looking forward. Yeah, they have changed a lot of rules in Nasdaq for SpaceX. So you will need to purchase SpaceX even if you don't like it. They are giving like 3 times instead of normal 1 time for any new company. First of all, any new IPO doesn't even enter the index at least until 3 months. For SpaceX, they are relaxing the criteria to 15 days.
Al Arabia
3
on
months
X,
wait.
citing Pakistan Foreign Minister, says Iran has requested the continuation of mediation to de-escalate the current situation and support the ceasefire. So again, that's coming from Al Arabia on X, citing Pakistan's Foreign Ministry. Sky News Arabia correspondent says a phone conversation is currently taking place between Israel's PM Netanyahu and Trump.
So yeah guys, I missed that opportunity. I so wanted to buy that VWAP. I don't know, it moved very quickly. I thought like it will spend some time at VWAP, it will chop around at VWAP. An Al Jazeera source in the Lebanese parliament presidency that says Berry confirmed that he guarantees Hezbollah's commitment to the ceasefire if Israel complies. Yeah, there is no reason for me to short the market right now, and I see the more upside in this market. So I missed my entry at the VWAP. So I don't know if I'll get the next entry. We'll have to be patient. But short is not on my mind. So around VWAP we had a level actually below VWAP. So I really wished like if it could have broken that VWAP and those two moving averages you see, right? I would have liked this kind of a chop here, right? We had some choppy activity here. I would have preferred that kind of thing to happen here, and then once we were ready to go upside, I really didn't think like during the lunch they will do the breakout, but they did it. So now there is some unfinished business on the downside, which is what I'm thinking. But no doubt whether from here or whether if it comes here, it's still going up before the end of the day. That is no doubt in my mind. Okay, I increase the mic volume now. Sol Invictus. Let me know if my mic volume is okay. It's raised to pretty high level, and I have dropped the music volume. Music volume is low, and how about the mic volume? It has gone up. Is it good? Yeah, OBS has had some updates. With this new update, it's made some changes. It's good now. ARL, thanks for confirming.
Israeli CAN news confirming that Trump and Israel's PM Netanyahu are speaking now.
So yeah, I told you, right? No doubt it is headed higher. There's no way I'm shorting this market. It has upside in it.
Israeli Channel 12, Hezbollah told Trump that it would consent to a ceasefire. So again, similar to what we heard earlier now, but this is coming from Israel's Channel 12. Hezbollah told Trump that it would consent to a ceasefire. It was Axios earlier who cited a Lebanese official who told the US that Hezbollah was ready for a full ceasefire with Israel. Now it is hearing this again from Israel's Channel 12. to Israel's Channel 12, citing Hezbollah, saying that the consent would be without precondition. So IRNA citing Hezbollah now as well, saying that we will adhere to the ceasefire if Israel stops aggression and withdraws. So Israelis Can News says in Israel, preparations have been underway since the morning to attack Dahi district in Beirut, following explicit statements from Netanyahu and their defense minister Katz. But in the recent hours, due to American intervention, the attack was postponed. So again, that was coming from Calm News.
Ukraine's Budov says Ukraine is ready to accept frontline status quo with Russia. Also says that Ukraine won't give up Donbass to Russia. Also, Budanov says that Ukraine seeks to reach a ceasefire by September. Iran's foreign ministry says the US bears the direct responsibility for violations of the ceasefire with Iran and ceasefire violations committed by Israel in Lebanon. Trump, speaking to CNBC, says, "I don't care if peace talks with Iran are over." And I'm asking Netanyahu what's going on.
You like the current background music? That's why that background music never changed for 3 years. It's only in the recent past 2 months we experimented with some new music and all. But this has been our only music which we use for 3 years. At least 2.5 years, no change. Peace, calming, relaxing, meditating, focusing.
Trump's CNBC says, I'm not worried about oil prices.
No drama. At least from music, no drama.
Trump says that I will ask Netanyahu what's going on with Lebanon. Trump says, I'm not worried about oil prices if Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz. Just add a bit of detail from the CNBC interview. Trump reiterating what he said in the past before, that oil is going to drop like a rock in the near distance. Iran's oil minister says significant progress in reconstruction of energy facilities and promises for a quick return to production cycle. So Iran's oil minister being cited by IRNA.
Yeah, that's why, you can see, right? After seeing what they did on Friday, it's okay. It's Monday. We are just getting back in the groove. I really feel missed on one trade only so far, that Viva bounce. This is too risky here to participate. especially the upside we were looking for has now been achieved. So now it is a bit risky. Before this VWAP tag, we knew that there is one more leg left here or a new high left beyond this. So now bit risky. On this pullback, I would have preferred little bit of break of VWAP and regain and then move, because we had one level there which could have been tagged on the way up. Now this leaves a risk of it coming back all the way into that level and then bouncing again. And why? If we have achieved what we were looking for on the upside, I mean more upside obviously can be there, all-time highs are there, but the way they did it at lunchtime, I didn't expect it to happen during lunch. Now it's a risk.
According to RBC, citing sources, Russia considers jet fuel imports.
So a bit boring session. Apple still hanging near the lows. So it's Nvidia up 5%, Microsoft up 2.35%, and Broadcom up 3.3%. Otherwise, Apple down 2%, Google down 1%, Meta down 3.4%, Amazon down 3.3%, Tesla down 3.5%. So there is a split and divided tech today. Sectors are weak. That's why it is a bit risky. Like, we are just riding on the back of one or two names. And the market is not doing well, guys, today. If you see, this is the state of the market. You can see, right? Only couple of names, handful of names. In fact, only 2-3 names which are rallying the entire market. This is S&P 500, and you can tell, right? Handful of names are in green here. The rest, everything is big red today. So yeah, you have to be a little bit careful here buying at the highs. Risk is low when you buy on the pullbacks, deeper pullback. Why not short then? No, there is no reason, right? I mean, Nvidia and Microsoft alone, they are capable of holding this market and not let them drop. These are like big products, $4 trillion. Nvidia obviously more than 4 trillion, could be 6 trillion already now. Yeah, it is 5.1 trillion Nvidia right now, and Microsoft is 3.34 trillion. expecting some big red end of this week. Yeah, I mean, at some point, this attention will go into jobs, interest rate, and things like that, right? It's too much drama with this war already now. So yeah, we have non-farm payroll on Friday, ADP on Wednesday, Joel's job opening on Tuesday. So there's a lot of job data which is coming out between now and Friday. Will have impact on the market movements, interest rate projections, especially the Fed watch tool will reflect some higher bets that interest rate might stay higher for longer or might even be raised.
According to two Israeli sources, Israel is awaiting Trump's final approval for any operation in Beirut's southern suburbs.
Just keep an eye on the markets here. Trump commenting on Truth Social here says, I had a productive call with Netanyahu of Israel, and there will be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already turned back. So again, Trump says, had productive call with Netanyahu. There will be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already turned back. Likewise, through highly placed representatives, had very good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all shooting will stop and that Israel will not attack them, and they will not attack Israel. So again, did see some movement towards the upside on the S&P 500 off the back of that. So a little bit there, a little bit of downside movement on the Dixie, as we did see on oil as well.
So has Nvidia hit its weekly upper edge of the expected move? Oh no, still no. So don't be surprised if it again gets bought back and goes make new high. Nvidia is still in the race. Nvidia still is getting closer inch by inch to tag its weekly expected move upper edge. Dow also has nice bottom. Russell also building a nice structure, trying to get flat or neutral for the day. Yeah, it's not moving because of the news as such. Oil might have volatility because of the news. Market is still doing its thing because of semiconductors. Nvidia in particular today up 5%. That's the reason. And Microsoft also doing the helping role, sidekick role, up 2%. Broadcom up 3%. So two biggest market cap in the semiconductor, they are both rallying. Market cannot come down, guys. When Nvidia is up 5%, Broadcom up 3%, Microsoft up 2%, a lot of strength in the big tech. Meta, Tesla, all 1 trillion, 1.5 trillion. They are down 3.95, 3.6, 3.2, doesn't matter. If the big market cap is down, then it has a bigger impact on the sell side activities. This market may continue to hold, and as I mentioned, right, Nvidia still has one more push left in it. So yeah, I will not be surprised if it pushes for another new high. But we are, as I mentioned, right, our upside target is achieved. That's why I'm not very excited. It's okay for me. Only trade I feel missed out was that VWAP trade.
Seeing Treasury's pair drop after Trump comments on Middle East. According to Iraqi security officials, second explosion hits cargo vessel in Gulf about 40 nautical miles southeast of Iraq's Qasir, causing fire. No casualties reported.
So Nvidia finally has managed to hit its weekly expected move upper edge. It cannot escape, guys. It cannot escape. It has to go for it.
Oil futures pair gains after Trump says Israel will not send troops to Beirut. Brent last up about 4.5%, WTI up around 5.2%. Kunt al-Haddad, citing Israeli officials, says we won't attack Beirut, but we won't withdraw our troops from their current positions either. Seeing some movements from Trump again. So Trump says that talks are continuing at a rapid pace with Iran. So again, Trump on Truth Social says talks are continuing at a rapid pace with Iran. Seeing some further movement towards the upside on the S&P 500 for the back of that Truth Social. WTI, a little bit of movement towards the downside. Nothing more. Dixie, tiny bit of movement towards the downside. Again, Trump on Truth Social says talks are continuing at a rapid pace with Iran. So the S&P 500 index quickly jumping to session high, up about 0.5%. Brent crude pairs back gains to trade near $95 a barrel. Nasdaq 100 extends gains to nearly 1%.
Difficult to chase the market at this tail end now, and they are taking turn, right? First it was about Nasdaq, then it was about Nvidia, now it is about ES did what it was supposed to do. Dow, Russell, they also got back to green. So yeah, nothing setup wise now. If it pulls back into 30,600, it would be worth buying. The problem is, it's so tactical now. It's so driven by news. In the morning, they say all the talks have ended. Then they say the talks are going at a rapid pace. So the talks were ended, stalled in the morning, and market were trying to sell, and now talks are happening very rapidly. So, which one to believe? Best is trade only if you feel comfortable. If you see like a nice discount, you go in for that long. Or if there is a heavy news, right now we are not at least seeing negative news being pumped, so why short? Simple. Then why not stay long? Yeah, if you are long, stay long. Daily high is yet to reach. 30,753 is the daily high. Another 70 points to go on the upside. But our planned high was until one of our level, which is around 30,600 area. Beyond this is like bonus now. And open to any risk of news. If there is again negative news, yeah, it can come back into 30,600. Yeah, at this point of day, protect. Yeah, if you have profit, guys, why risk this news? They may come again and deny what they said earlier. One thing is for sure, shorts are trying hard. There is no way this market goes like this up. It is squeezing shorts. So at least I am very proud, happy that I am not at the receiving end. And even if people deny, they are shorting it. There is no way market can go up like this. It's the stop loss hunting and the running through their stop losses, which is making this rally get more fuel to the upside. I'm telling you, people are shorting it. That's the reason why it's moving so up rapidly. $30,992. So there is things could change. There is a lot of data coming out this week. Broadcom has earnings. It is expected to move 11% up and down or down. We have Joel's job opening tomorrow, ADP day after, weekly jobless claim Thursday, non-farm payroll on Friday. There's a lot of data coming out. The market will be moving throughout the week. Okay to be little bit slow start to the week. And as far as that 992 is concerned, market is expected to go to 31,150 area. So yeah, 30,992 comes in between. Yeah, we need volatility, Martman. I mean, if market the problem is we have summer here for next 2-3 months, and yeah, unless Trump does another, something crazy thing with Cuba or trade war or inflation. Uh, Summer will be a very difficult time to get those kind of moves. But we need, as a trader, as people relying on this income, we need market to be volatile. If this is going to be like this passive and this, just no movement throughout the day or no good setups. Here the problem in going long is you buy and then unnecessarily you take a stop. If it dips, you buy more, you take a stop. You are unnecessarily risking profits you have. And there is, for me at least, I don't trade like that, right? Because the market is up, go short. I don't trade like that. If the fundamentals and what I'm seeing on the ground, I was very clear since I started this stream that this is a long day. I do see a lot of upside. We were long when I came to live stream here. We were long from the double bottom. You saw me holding long all the way into this high, and this move, I think this is the one move I regret, having missed this VWAP bounce. But yeah, there is no way I was shorting. It was still like buy here versus buy here now, or buy here, which is more and more pricier. I would have preferred buying somewhere here. I missed that move, and now I don't want to chase. So yeah, for me, buying here is way too risky. It will be perfectly fine for market to come back all the way into this area again and still be in the bull or the uptrend. If there were some negative news, some confusion, some yes, some no, some denials, then yeah, maybe we could have got two-way price action like we did on Friday. Friday was crazy. But in these circumstances, no short, if at all. It dips now into 30,600. Even if I go long, it will be with 2 micros. I don't think I'd want to take more risk than that. Back in 2 minutes, guys. So it's coming home into that 600 area.
According to a Khan news reporter on X, sources close to the Lebanese PM told Lebanon's MTV channel that Lebanon's efforts, together with the US administration, have yielded a breakthrough in terms of achieving a ceasefire.
Mohammed, I don't know now. In fact, during the Iran war also, right? It was not any huge sell-off or anything. Like barely we had any selling. If you see what happened during Iran, like we were going sideways for 6 months. So you can see right between October here. So this is start of like 2025 October 25, and all the way till here, right? It was still normal until February end. So this is where 28th of February the war begin, right? So 2026 February. How much did we sell? Like we went sideways for October, November, December, Jan, Feb. 5 months. 5 months we had sideways action. Right, we were boxed. We were in that box of volatility, sideways, back and forth, locked in this heart locker. And all we sold was from this high into this low. like barely, like 9% means nothing, like 2 3 not even 2 proper weeks of selling. Like you have 4 or 3.5 4% move in a week. Like here this week we are expected to move like roughly like 2.5% or 3% up or down, right, based on this non-farm payroll, Nvidia earning. So roughly 3%. So you didn't even go down 2 or 3 weeks, 2 3 weeks of down movement, that's it. So yeah, good question. Like what is selling, what is sell off, and what is real selling? Do you consider, first of all, was this a real selling? I don't think so. Like you can see right from here, if you count like those 3% kind of a move, 2.5, 3%, 2.5, 3%, 2.5, 3%, 2.5 or 3%, 2.5 or 3%, 2.5 or 3%. You can count, right? See if just this is like common sense, reading of the market. So 5 months of sideways movement, and roughly we may have sold for 1 week of selling here. 1 week of selling here, second week of selling here, and the final third week of selling when the reversal happened, right? And now look, after the reversal, 1 week of rally, 2 week of rally, right, 3 week, and this is where the break even happened. 3 weeks down, 3 weeks up, we were break even, and this is where the rally got really triggered. 4 5 6 7 8 9, and now we are in the 10th week of successive gains. So I don't know, like generally that's where people bring their Fibonacci's, right? From this low they can do the Fibonacci retracement. So generally a nice healthy pullback where we are still considering the uptrend is the 60% retracement or 50% retracement minimum, right, of the overall move. So from here till here it is still going to be normal if we retrace up to 0.38 0.5% of the move and then go back up. So from current level, like if we were to drop, it is around 10%. So what we got here, right, 2-3 weeks of down would be a very good dip to buy. So another 2-3 weeks of down, and can an interest rate cycle or interest rate hike or the inflation worries bring 2-3 weeks of down movement? Yes, absolutely, it can happen. We can get 2-3 weeks of down movement, and that would be normal healthy correction to keep going higher. Midterm elections, okay, yeah, so good into the year end, 2-3-4 weeks maximum. 4 weeks will be too much of an ask. Iran war, $70 billion spending, and now Iran asking $300 billion, for the reconstruction amount from US. I mean, it has to be this magnitude of loss also could not keep the market down for 3 weeks. Now you need to imagine, right, what kind of news cycle you need. So yeah, long story short, minimum 3 weeks of selling before you can even entertain as a sell. Like one down day and people get excited for the sell off. 3 good down weeks is the good answer. Beyond which the interest rate can become really talk of the town. Oh my God, this is inflationary. This is war is inflationary. High oil prices inflationary. Job market whatever, like in trouble because of this high yields. Now companies have to cut their cost, capex cost, because they cannot spend more. Their bottom line gets impacted. They have to cut the cost. Jobs will be lost. So you need good 3 weeks of drama before you can even use the word sell, in my opinion. Crash is a long way. Beyond 4-5 weeks of selling is where real crash. So Nasdaq, 20% and beyond would be the crash. 10% is not even a crash for Nasdaq. Because it moves big, right? Any given week it moves 3% easily. So yeah, I mean, just zoom out and see, right, how market functions. It's a bigger product now, it needs to move big. To make that 1%, 3%, it needs to move many points.
NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at around $3.80. WTI crude July futures settling at around $92.16 a barrel, which is up $4.80 or 5.49%. Diesel July futures settling at around $3.63. Natural gas July futures settling at around $3.18.
No more options membership. Yeah, I'm making adjustment. That's why you are seeing like little bit chilled, relaxed live stream today. I made some changes in my office today. I have ordered few new screens. I have ordered some desk and all, so that I can read more data. First, we have to prepare, right? That's why I'm a little bit exhausted today. I worked really hard this weekend. My room was a mess. So yeah, I'm preparing. The groundwork is being done. Yeah, at some point I want to do options. We'll see. The thing is, I always want to do something which is sustainable, because I don't like doing something and then taking it away. Any of our levels, right? Whether it was members, experts, masters, and now new paradigm, it is now completely stabilized. Everyone is happy. Like today's bottom came on the Nasdaq's new paradigm level. Today's bottom on ES came on new paradigm level. Today's bottom Dow came on the new paradigm level. Our attraction, this long got attracted because of our new masters level we got. So they are completely steady and stable now. Our masters and new paradigm level. So options, I don't want to start in a rush and then again take losses left and right. It is very risky and sensitive trading options. You have to time it very absolutely, so that there is no decay working against you and you don't go in the drawdown, because drawdown in options, in stock at least you can afford.
Yeah. Says we support a full ceasefire on all Lebanese territory.
With options you cannot hold the drawdown. You have to cut the loss. So you have to be absolutely sure and very careful. Hedge using some spreads or something like that. But I need to have good look at the all kind of data we need to in trade on a daily basis or at least couple of days basis options.
He says full ceasefire would be a precursor to Israeli troop withdrawal from all Lebanese territory.
Hissing noise is because of the fans. It's very hot here. So if I let's say, does that hissing sound go away now? Tell me. It's very hot here these days. I just switched off the fan, so that hissing sound could be gone now. It went out, right? So yeah, it's not. It's not a problem. OBS has changed some settings. I think I will be able to add some filters. I'll try to work on it tonight. I think I'll be able to add some filter to remove those background white noise. No, it's okay. So I'm just taking it a little bit chilled and relaxed. For today, and anyway we didn't have only two setup, guys. One setup was in the morning to buy that double bottom, which was at our level. I told you, right? We had a new paradigm level. We bought that. We made money on this move. Second setup was here, and my new paradigm members know it. There was a weekly midpoint for other members to know. If this pullback at the VWAP could have dipped into that weekly midpoint, it would have been 100%. Yes, it's a solid bounce coming from that level. I would have stayed long all the way. Just like I got the long here, from here to here, I would have got this long also. If it was from that 410, 405 area, I would have gone long and held this long also. That did not happen, and every time it is dipping, it is that doubt, right? That this pullback should have gone into 405, 410 area, and every time it dips, you put some contract, then you average down, then it eventually comes into 405, and then you regret. Shouldn't I have waited for that 405? Like here in the morning, there was a reversal, there was a level here, we bought that, but it came back for the double bottom. That was an ideal bottom to buy. So when you buy here, there is always a risk of some drawdown. Here also, in all of this pullback, there is a risk. 405, 410 area, 410 area is the best, that area to buy for that new long. But now we achieved our first target, and the final target is approaching. I think I told you the number. 30,750 is where it is headed. That is our daily high on Nasdaq. But there is a risk of it dropping back into 4.5, 4.10 area. Only setup is at the moment not to trade, and that's what we are doing, right? Yeah, there is setting here, but recently OBS made the upgrade, so I just didn't get time. I was too late yesterday working on other stuff. Mic filter, you know what? I can add the filters right now. So let me bring that hissing sound back. And now let me add a filter to remove that background noise. Okay, let me know if it removed that background noise of my fan. Or you still get that noise? It's gone, right? So yeah, it's just a filter I had to add. I just didn't know they changed the setting. Here it is, I can show you. Yeah, I just added the noise suppression and it's gone now. So here's Nasdaq headed into the daily high. That's why you can see, right? There's no reason to short. It is headed into our daily high. The reversal, as I mentioned, right, came from our level here. Look at that. This is our new paradigm level. Double bottom at new paradigm level. and headed into our daily high. And that filter which I just added, if there is more sound, I can further suppress it, guys. Let me know. I just added the noise suppression. If there is more sound, or if the sound is low, I can expand noise gate. Yeah, I don't think mic is capturing anything else other than my voice now. Yeah, there is no need to do anything else. Okay, gain. Let's see if I add gain. Can you remove the noise from NQ? Man, NQ is, it is going to make you, very rich one day if you survive with it for a couple of years. First few years are tough with NQ. 1, 2, or 3 years you learn how to trade that product.
Punchbowl's Jake Sherman says he's told that the Trump administration is planning to have a statement soon today on the weaponization fund, and the statement will be aimed at restarting the reconciliation process on the Hill.
It is like that Avatar movie dragon, right? That big iguana, it won't let you, plug your tail to it or control it. But once you control, you own that dragon. So NQ is that, it is a big product, but lose. One day when you start winning with NQ, it is going to give you that big adrenaline you're looking for from Nasdaq or from the markets, right? Why do people come to market, right? They want to make money, and they want to make money in a big fashion, right? Not just 5, 10, 15% gain, which other people by long-term investing or just buying index or buying ETF, they are able to do that. If you are with this kind of a knowledge, with this kind of a effort for 2-3 years spent learning the market, if you are trading the market, you are looking for more better and bigger upside comparatively to what funds, ETFs, and in general S&P and Nasdaq as an index does, right? You need to be way ahead of it. But to get to that level, you have to spend at least 2-3 years in the market. But once you get it, as I mentioned, right, it's like that Avatar movie dragon, right? You are now flying the biggest dangerous iguana as your ride. Yes, that's what I'm waiting for, Vijay. But we are also approaching 3 p.m. We have to be careful. We might just finish at 30,600 area. You know the number, exact number. So top of the hour approaching in another 15 minutes.
Axios now reporting that Trump plans to drop the weaponization fund following that Punchbowl reporter comment there that Trump will be making a statement on that. Axios reporting that Trump plans to drop the weaponization fund.
So guys, today it was an exceptional day. Nvidia is up 6.2%, which is a huge move, guys. For a $5 trillion company to be up 6%, it's a very big move in Nvidia. Okay, but on any other day where Nvidia could be up 2%, 3%, right? And when you see Tesla down 3.7%, Meta down 4.2%, Amazon down close to 3%, Google down 0.8%, Apple is down 1.3%. So this could be very dangerous, buying this kind of a pullback at the highs, because you feel confident that the market is making higher highs and higher lows. You buy one of these pullbacks, and that is where that weakness, which is already prevalent in this market, right? Today, as I mentioned, it's an exceptional day that where a $3 trillion company and a $5 trillion company, Nvidia, is up now it is updating 6%. Look at that, it's up 6.3%. A $5 trillion company and a $3 trillion company up 2.5%. But if it is a normal 1%, 2% up day, and with this kind of a market, big red here in Amazon, Tesla, Meta, Google, Apple, and rest of the market in red, buying this kind of a pullback could be very risky. can seriously get hurt. This could be a very sharp, deeper pullback, and it will still come back up, but it will give you a lot of pain. So today market survived because of this, single-handed Nvidia being up 6.3%. They have some news, right? Nvidia has news. They are getting into laptop business. There's some more revenue stream opening up for them now. That's why, the market cap needs to grow to accommodate new growth.
OpenAI's Altman says, I am not focused on IPO timing after Anthropic filed. Says OpenAI will IPO when it makes sense for the company. So this is Altman speaking to CNBC.
ARL, no. Just check the update. I posted new updated masters level this morning. So there is a new masters level which is not that far below. It's in 30,600 area. So there was an update to the masters this morning because obviously pre-market there was a lot of price action, a lot of order flow to build the level for me. So I have updated both Nasdaq ES masters level now. Russell also got a new masters level.
Brent crude futures settle at $94.98 a barrel, which is up $3.86 or 4.24%.
So yeah, Nvidia today, at least for Monday itself, it reached the weekly expected move upper edge. So there's a lot of time in this week, but there's also a lot of data, Amit, which is expected to come this week. Bunch of job reports and Broadcom earnings. So yeah, these reports and Broadcom earnings are keeping the market up. Nvidia is, it's a new revenue stream, guys. That's what happened to Meta also when they got new product Instagram. It again suddenly exploded in the value. So whenever a new product, new service is added by this big tech, right? They already have a big market cap and they have good presence in the market, good supply chain. They're already delivering their graphics card, their whatever, like chips, their motherboards or whatever. Supercomputer, right? Super microchip computers. So now laptops and their whatever, like chipset and what they need to deliver to that company with which they are doing the partnership. Supply chain and all is there, so their revenue doesn't take long to grow faster. So yeah, Nvidia can on this news rally, deviation possible. So you have the new masters level now, right? ARL, and now you know, right, why the market is doing what it is doing right now.
Hezbollah lawmaker says Hezbollah refused a partial truce offer to spare Beirut from Israeli strikes if Hezbollah stopped attacks on North Israel.
So 4 more minutes to go for top of the hour. This could be our last opportunity. If it bounces that zone, yeah, maybe we'll have one more long. But if it breaks that zone, no trade then, unfortunately. Excuse me. Yeah, top of the hour.
According to a CAN news reporter, the Office of the President of Lebanon, Aoun, announces that the Lebanese authorities have received Hezbollah's consent to the American proposal for a mutual ceasefire.
Meta managed to reach our weekly expected move lower edge, while Nvidia went for the upper edge. Contrast. Nvidia went for the upper edge. Yes, Meta hit the lower edge of our expected move. You can see, right? It's all the measured move which drives the market. In same day, the two products can take the complete opposite path. Yeah, very slow. Oh, really, we had just like two setups. One was a perfect setup with a perfect level. Second, unfortunately, VWAP took the victory ahead of our level today. So, and I can never place my trust on VWAP alone, right? Along with the VWAP, if I have my level, then yes. So when it pulled back into the VWAP, we had our weekly midpoint, we had our new paradigm level just below VWAP. If we had got that level, we got this long.
USMCA file says that he'll meet US Trade Representative Greer in the US on Tuesday.
Yeah, we got this long first trade. This, if we had dipped little bit more, and also I got conscious because of 12 o'clock, guys. This is exactly around 12:15. Mid or just start of the lunch session. Generally during that session, during lunch, things get really slow. After an hour of two spent at VWAP consolidating, then it can start rallying for the evening, but it went right away. So this was a missed trade. Here it's risky. No way I am shorting this market, but any of this pullback could go back into that midpoint. Even here it is teasing us. We want to buy this area 580 and change, but they are postponing. They are bringing this into the market close now, 330 and 350 imbalance. So is it really worth taking a risk? I have made decent profit. On the stream here I have used 4 accounts, but on my other accounts I have used around 5 accounts, and they are all like $1,000 or so in profit. So it's okay. It's mild day. And more output with less effort.
Lebanese presidency, citing Lebanese embassy in US, says Hezbollah agreed to use a proposal mutual cessation of attacks that would be expanded to all Lebanese territory.
So guys, also you should evaluate, right?
Just a reminder we had from a Khan News reporter saying the office of the President of Lebanon announced that the Lebanese authorities have received Hezbollah's consent to use a proposal for a mutual ceasefire.
You have to consider, right, what kind of effort you are putting. If for less effort you already made money, then why you want to, if there's no good setups, avoid it. Why you want to put more effort just to get the same output? Yeah, VWAP held. That's why I said, right, today VWAP stole the show. It front ran our level. And usually VWAP is not that, VWAP is scary, guys. VWAP, it confuses you if it started to consolidate at VWAP. And we had a consolidation before around that zone. If you see here VWAP, you can see that there's ton of consolidation here. So I had that thought, like, around VWAP, it will start chopping. So why rush? Let it spend another 30 minutes at least there, and then we'll consider. But nope, in and out, and never look back kind of a move today. Again, I go back to that same thing. Okay, look here. This is the state of the market. Only few blocks in green, rest all in red. This is S&P 500. If you go to Nasdaq 100, even bigger red blocks. So this, they all could have, put the downward pressure, but this thing significantly rallied, right? Nvidia up 6%, like it's already so bigger than everyone else, and it is 6%, like 2-3 times more of, normally a day's move, right? 2-3%, yeah, at least 2 times more of a day move. Yeah, that's where that sharp bounce from view up was possible.
According to a message from Commander Kaini from Yemen about the Bab al-Mandeb and the new Israeli mischief, well, they say in a statement that US-backed Israeli actions in Lebanon and Gaza will strengthen resistance Axis resolve. Axis will expand support for Lebanon and Gaza fronts. Other fronts may be activated, and Bab al-Mandeb traffic could be aligned with Strait of Hormuz conditions.
And while market kept going higher, VIX never turned
Okay,
negative.
that's from Iranian Commander Khani speaking about the Bab al-Mandeb.
So throughout the day, VIX stayed in green. It is still up 3%. Okay, so it has not backed off. VIX still finishing the day in green. So it's okay if you are being little cautious on a day like today, where what if Nvidia sells off, or backs off. Yeah, RC Courier. You can ask your question. When you look at the individual stocks and their expected edges, which stock do you usually take into consideration? Yeah, Max 7, all of them. Yeah, so market weight wise, right? Uh, Market weight, if you see on the Nasdaq, Nvidia holds the highest. Nasdaq composition by weight. So if you see Nvidia, you can see, right, in Nasdaq has 13% weightage, and this thing is up 6%. So why would you go against something which has 13% impact out of 100? So which means out of 100, 13% is owned by Nvidia in the Nasdaq. Apple has 11%, Microsoft 8%. That's why I always say, right, big tech, Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft. Amazon can be down 3%, but it is lower weight, right, 6%. And I always fear Google, because if you see Google, it has two names, GOOGL, which is class A, and GOOG, class C. They both trade as an individual stock. They both trade as an individual company. They both have separate order flow. They both have separate options chain. So basically they are two different companies, even though they all, like, at the end it refers to the same parent company, Alphabet. But class A and class C shares, they have separate order flow. They trade separately. They have separate options flow. It is basically two different companies for the index, each having 5%, 5%. So it makes Google equivalent of Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia. So yeah, in this format. And that's where you can see, right, Broadcom and Tesla, Meta and all, you can see, right, they are much lower now because of their market cap. Even Tesla is less impactful, but the top 5, top 6 has the highest weightage. And now Micron, never thought like Micron will be the big thing. Now Micron is a big thing. It's more than $1 trillion now. Bring Micron levels. Bring Micron levels. I don't know, guys. It's okay. To be honest, it's not a bad thing to have more bigger, market caps. It is good. It is going to be fun for us, for our strategy, which relies on tracking the expected moves of major impactful tickers in the index. And it gives us sense, right? In the morning, we knew, right, Nvidia is headed into weekly. Why short? Many people shorted without any knowledge, and Nvidia headed into the upper edge. But they are saying Meta is selling off. Yeah, but Meta is number 9 in the index. Even if it sells off, who cares, right? Number 1 is the one you go after. Yeah. So yeah, you have to understand the product you are trading. What makes that product move? What is moving that product today? What is the motivation for that product to go up? When I tell you, right at the open, I am telling you that Nvidia is headed into the weekly. Was my analysis in the pre-market itself. The way Nvidia is moving, based on my experience, based on the news we had, I told you here itself. In the pre-market show, I told my members, today Nvidia is headed into the weekly expected move upper edge. So after I had done that analysis, from that point onward, Nvidia moved like another 3%. It was just up 3% from the Friday close. It was up 3%, and from that analysis point onward, it moved another 3%. Why would you short? Many people got short, they got burned, they got their head taken out, they kept averaging down throughout the day. Maybe they got break even, maybe they got small profit. But it's a bad choice you have made. That you need to acknowledge that you read the market wrong. Just making profit by averaging down, or luckily survived on that pullback. I got to make some small profit, or I timed the short well. Exactly, I timed short here, and I made some profit without any drawdown. Yeah, try doing that 5 days a week and 20 days a month. many such occasion it will take your head out. Isn't that what you do when you buy the pullback? So what's the problem if I try to short and it goes against me? The thing is, when we buy the pullback, it is different, guys. When the market sold off, the probability of it going up is much higher and much, less torturing. But when you short and you keep averaging down and it keeps going against you keep averaging down, it humiliates you when the Nasdaq or any product which goes against you and you're short, because it can start building volume and it can spend days here. So it is very different buying a pullback versus shorting a strong market. It's not the same. Here the probability of after the sell-off going or after a double bottom to pop even small into the VWAP or mean reversion is much higher than mean reversion from those kind of moves. Anyway, statistically speaking, buying those, dip on a uptrend market is much easier, safer. That's what big money managers do. They wait for market to recover. Once the market have recovered from any sell-off, any negative news cycle, they buy the strong trend. As long as the 21.9 EMA on the daily is not broken, they keep buying. And that's where most of the money is made in the market. Money is not made. I showed you, right? Few hour ago, we had a discussion that 5 months. Do you think money managers or anyone made money here? Nobody made money in those 5 months. Here, people avoid it. But once the V-shaped recovery was done, we establish a strong trend, and this is where they enable their 9 EMA, 21 EMA, 30, whatever. Like, I don't think they even let the 21 EMA break. As long as you're buying that, you're making money, and done. Once they enter this kind of a consolidation phase, next, I don't think anyone fancies making money in this kind of a chop. You basically burn your capital doing that kind of a trading. Fund managers I'm talking about, not talking about day traders. Day traders, they don't give a fuck. I told you, right? They can do anything they want. They have to make money, right? Whether uptrend, downtrend or sideways, they have to make their bread money from the markets. So we trade anything. But yeah, big money managers, they don't. I mean, the most of the time I have seen, at least in my 4 years of watching the market, most of the years gain come in those 2-3 months when the market reverses rallies, and most of the time 5-6 months it is just worries, negative news, interest rate worries, trade war worries, inflation worries, job market worries, earnings worries. So when the market has established trend, fast moving in one direction, why they will miss out? Yeah, any good fund manager, any big money manager, they try to always bank on those strong trends, especially the uptrends, because they won't risk fancying a short like Michael Burry or these people. They get short, right? And then they expose, I'm short Hertz, I'm short like whatever Adani Group by releasing some report, right? Hindenburg report, right? So they will be a different small funds, right, which will be very focused by institution in doing some kind of a manipulation. But the big money manager, 2, 4, 3, 5, 10 billion under assets, they won't do those kind of a crazy stunts, right, that release a report and go short and make money. And those will be like few hedge funds who will do those kind of a risky bets, and sometimes they get blown, right? What happened during GameStop squeeze also, right? Big money managers managing big funds, they won't do those kind of stunts, and most of the money is for them made during those recovery months when the market has rallied, whether from that trade war recovery or whether from the pandemic recovery or now from the Iran war recovery. So that being said, with this IPOs and all, I don't think the rally is over. Everyone will be forced to buy. They will have to buy all these companies because they are part of the index and they are getting nice weightage in the index. As I mentioned, right? Any new company, first of all, when they get added, 3 months they are not part of the Nasdaq. Yes, after 3 months of stabilization from the price discovery phase, After 3 months, they will be added to the index Nasdaq. Forget about S&P. S&P is a very tough, nut to crack. You cannot break into S&P that easily. It took Tesla like 4-5 years, I think, before it got its place in the S&P 500. Nasdaq has a lesser stricter criteria, but that lesser stricter criteria is still 3 months after you do the IPO. You spend 3 months discovering what is the right price, which is supported by the earnings, which is supported by some fundamental, which is supported by some real guidance shared with the shareholders, and they agree. After 3 months they get part of the Nasdaq index. But for SpaceX, Nasdaq has changed the rule. They have changed, okay, in 15 days you don't need to wait 3 months. In 15 days you'll be added to the Nasdaq. Okay, usually they get a one count, right? That one unit I was showing you in the composite, they are giving like 3 times more weight than a normal new IPO company would get in the Nasdaq. So all the rules are being bent to accommodate all these new big IPOs. There must be a good reason. I'm not saying that it is rigged or they are doing it on a unfair basis. There must be a reason, because there have never been such a huge IPOs in the market history before. Saudi Aramco is the only one which, I think, based out of Dubai, did such huge kind of IPO. Alibaba had once, it was going to do one of the biggest IPO in human history for its Ant group, right? But then what happened. Alibaba Jack Ma went missing for 3 months. Ant financial group IPO was cancelled during that time by China. And now this is the third instance where such a huge IPO is going. So obviously there must be some risk which needs to be neutralized to protect people who will buy in those first few days. Maybe that is the reason why they are being accommodated in the index to stabilize them, because it's a big money, right? So it will be less risky, because generally we have seen, right, some of those Robin Hoods and Coinbase and all, they went bust after the IPOs. Look at that. As soon as the IPO opens, they dump big institution who have already bought in pennies, and they give very high valuation to the people. IPO opens here on the Coinbase at $431. People buy thinking it's a new company, it's crypto, it's all going to be crypto. They create the hype. Cathy Wood, she comes and pumps the market every day. And then from 431 the stock drops to $40, guys. $40. 431 into $40. You know what is the kind of drop it is? So they don't want, and it could be all technicals, because there is no, first of all, there is no options, guys. When the IPO comes, there is no options on those stocks for 3 months. So any risk is straight on the stocks. So any hedging activity is all like that liquidation, negative feedback loop, everything can kick in with the stock itself. When you have multiple derived product like option, there is a lot of hedging activities, there is a lot of balancing act which can do to manage the risk. With stocks alone, it is very risky. So this drop on Coinbase soon after the IPO, you can see, right? It's not even like from June 2021 May all the way till here July, 1 year, it just kept selling. It's sold off 90%, guys. 90%. People may have put 5,000, 2,000, 90% capital lost here. And once it is stabilized, then you can see, right, the same guys who dumped, right, who are the underwriter, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, they do the IPO, they get rid of their share on the general audience, people lose money, and then the same guys, they come here and buy, and then they pump it up again. People get a FOMO, oh my god, it is breaking out, they buy here again. These guys, same here, once they dumped, second they bought, third time they again going to dump, and that's how the vicious cycle repeats. So be careful, guys. Here again the chemistry is little bit different. That's why they are not, I mean, this is fine. When they did the IPO, they were a couple of $1 billion, right?
Quoting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu,
just 47 billion, guys.
Trump, and told him that if Hezbollah does not cease attacks our cities and our citizens, Israel will strike terror targets in Beirut. This is our firm position. At the same time, the IDF will continue to operate as planned in southern Lebanon.
So yeah, that Coinbase was just $50 billion. It is fine, it's like not even worrying markets, $40 billion lost. But a $1 trillion IPO, if it does this kind of a move, 90% down movement, 80% down movement, yeah, it is not going to be fun. So no way I'm saying that SpaceX IPO will be that kind of a stuff, but yeah, that may be the reason why they are trying to stabilize it right away. It's a huge investment. So at this point it is risky. There is no confirmation that it is going to hold this area and bounce. If someone is risk averse, they should wait for this area to hold, get some kind of a bid, and then consider going long. Yeah, this I think there is little bit more downside. I'm prepared to take this to 8 micros, so I am reserving 5 more micros which I want to add. I don't think it might come for my members to fear that whether it is going to come into midpoint. I don't think so. It's a midpoint play on the Nasdaq. It is still having little bit more downside. Then why are we going long already? There's never, you'll never be able to time. There's always something which can, reverse the market ahead of this thing you could be watching, because there is something else going in the market.
CME Group announces launch of 24/7 cryptocurrency futures and options trading.
So yeah, keeping the size small because into end of the day they can do whatever they want, right? 15-20 minutes. So we should have a little bit of flexibility to manage the position. Hmm. So 2 more minutes to go for the imbalances to come out.
One minute remaining for the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 1.9 billion, Nasdaq 100 sell side 975 million, Dow 30 sell side 671 million, Mag 7 sell side 676 million.
Participating late in the day. Imbalance is negative. Just no time left, right? This is the problem, right, of participating. That's why I don't take trades generally, right, after 3:30. Even if it is not selling off, even if it is bouncing, there's no time left now. Just 5 more minutes left for the end of the day. And the imbalance also came negative, so there's, even if it is like going to go back up, there's no time left, and into end of the day, big money can do one kind of a move, extended move, just to eat the liquidity, stop the traders out. So I guess market coming to end. No time left to bounce. Nvidia did bounce. Nvidia bounced from its weekly upper edge. We are not getting the same reaction in the Nasdaq yet. It has its own index activity right into end of the day, but it should not be a problem to go back into 590 at some point in this after hours. Come on, let's make one push. 590, 589, 580. Many numbers we can clear.
Nvidia shares closed up 6.3%, adding $319 billion to the market cap.
It was a good pullback. Unfortunately, there is no time left. Market has closed. This is just the electronic movement now. But if this was during the normal, hours, like we had at least hour or two left, it would have been a good
Navy, cited
buy the
by
dip.
Tasnim. They say the Navy targeted the ship MSC Sariska, owned by American Israeli enemy.
This news also doesn't help. They bring all this news right at the wrong time, when the market is having a pullback, in a verge of breaking certain levels, eating the liquidity. That's where they drop the news. Especially the negative news. Yeah, in a normal, that's why I always say, right, after 3:30 generally I don't take a trade, because there's no time left. This is a good pullback, good setup, like individual stock wise, sector wise, correlation wise, our level wise. This is a very good pullback to buy. Unfortunately, there's just no time left in the day. So 3:30 and beyond, there's no point in taking a trade. Nvidia added 319 billion to the market cap. Yeah, it is a big product, and when it moves 6%, it can easily add 300 400 billion dollar, or remove 300 400 billion dollars from its market cap in a day. Major banks may not be worth 300 billion dollar. They do it in one day. For our trade, just no time left here. So anyway, I won't further extend this. We'll take a stop here, continue it tomorrow. Okay, let's take a stop here. If this 50 breaks, and it's okay. And hope you will now remember my advice, which I always say, right? Beyond 3:30, don't take a trade, because even if it's a good setup, there's just no time left. And for that small instance, they could keep postponing that move, and do it in the after hours when you're already you have to, as a day trader, close your position. Brokers, many, they send out the notices that the overnight margin requirements are high, you cannot hold these big positions. So there are many technicalities into end of the day. Imbalances, big imbalance came on the sell side for Nasdaq and ES. So situation could quickly turn around in last few minutes of the day. Okay guys, I am just going to keep a stop loss here and leave this trade, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Why? Because this is previous session high, so I don't want to cut a trade only because it is 4 p.m. and I have to leave. I have a stop loss, I have to take profit. So if previous session, you can see that previous session high is over here, it's okay, it's normal behavior. We broke from previous high into a new high, coming back to retest previous broken high. Normal. Setup wise is good. Level wise, it's a very key area. Even if we are going down, this retest was not good. We have to come all the way to 89 to do that retest. So hopefully next 10-15 minutes, while I have to do some stuff, it comes back up. Else I have a stop loss in place. I'll let you know the outcome tomorrow. Okay. thank you so much, guys. Have a nice evening, and bye bye. It should come for at least a kiss of death or a retest to 389.50 is our masters. you know the reason now. That's our masters. So at least for the kiss of death, it is coming there. But it's not for the kiss of death I took that trade. Imbalance came negative, and any normal time without imbalance, this would have been a good setup to go long for us. High probability trade, A plus setup. People still around or already left? Anyway, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Hope it comes back. And thank you so much for your time today. Have a nice evening. Bye bye. Thanks, Nikita. Have a nice evening. Bye. Wow, people are still around. Hope we get our Masters retest. Yeah, the only problem is in the after hour it can become too slow. Like, they keep doing it until 440, 450, and that last candle 459 will be the one which will print on the masters. But let's see. One more attempt to push into our masters. So imbalance was big, right? 1.9
Finish off the
billion.
session with the US market wrap. US stocks climbed to fresh all-time highs as investors embraced signs of progress in the US around negotiations and renewed enthusiasm surrounding artificial intelligence. The S&P 500 rose towards 7,600, extending its rally with an 8th consecutive gain, its longest winning streak since May 2025. Technology stocks led the advance as AI-related optimism returned to the forefront of the market. US crude oil paired earlier gains and settled near $92 a barrel after Trump said talks with Iran are moving forward quickly and added that Israel and Hezbollah had agreed to halt attacks against one another. Markets continue to swing on geopolitical headlines as developments in the Middle East remain fluid, and recent violence in Lebanon had threatened to derail efforts to extend the ceasefire framework between Washington and Tehran, while Iran earlier signaled it would suspend negotiations in protest of Israel's military actions. Despite the ongoing uncertainty, investors focus on the possibility of a diplomatic path forward, helping support risk appetite and push equities to new record levels.
Okay, guys. So let's take a stop here, as they are like in the after hours they can do these things. Now you'll remember, right? Why not to open a trade after 3:30? There's just no time left, and they can toy around with your stop losses in that after hours. Don't trade after 3:30. Only pigs they trade after 3:30. That's why I used to say that, saying. I told my wife, if you find me trading or opening a trade after 3:30, call me a pig. You already had a good day. You made profit. Why there is a need to go for that last, last few minutes of the, market movement. Anyway, I'll let that stop loss hit. But thank you so much, guys. I need to prepare. I have to go drop my daughter for her classes, so I need to get ready for that. I won't move the stop loss. There's just no time now. That previous session high is here. That's why the stop loss has to be below that area at least. They could just be retesting the previous broken top. But yeah, that masters is still calling at 589. See you tomorrow, guys. Thanks. Bye.